Y'all in the winner's circle, saw some squares though. You in the killing fields, ignoring the scarecrows. Yeah, ho, I'm Benny Blanco in the last scene, making the power play high off of caffeine. This is a tag team, fantasy the bad dream. The male version of Carrie killing the class queen. Bati bloggers quit dodging my emails. Take that whack shit off, the real revamp.
Welcome to the FreeLunch Podcast. This is your boy Tight, one half of the FreeLunch Podcast duo, BGZ. We back.
Yeah, man. FreeLunch. We back at it again with some more legendary stuff for our people, man. What's happening?
Man, I used to see him back in the day, BG, so I'm going to give you a little tune. We got to give the people what they want. So that's what we
though.
I ain't sing it. I was about to, and I say, nah, I ain't going to do it to him. I ain't gonna do it for the vine today, but BG, how you been?
Man, everything going good, man. Hard day at the office, but coming back to the place where I can do the stuff that I love, talk to people that are inspirational, and very much so encouraging. And we trying to make history here, bro.
How we keep doing this? How we keep doing this, BG?
It's
we keep finding it really is, because we keep getting some of the top of the cream of the crop, some of the best that they feel in their profession. And we continue to bring that to the audience, to our fans, to our listeners, to the supporters of FreeLunch Podcast, to the supporters of the New South Movement Network. We keep bringing them high quality guests, and we do this free of charge, BG.
It's God. I thank God watching over us. So for that, we just got to keep pushing, keep a head down, and keep introducing the FreeLunch Podcast family to people that have stories, have testimonies, and have just some good stuff to share, man. So that's what it's all about. That's why we started this thing.
BG, I think I'm kind of selfish today, though. Today's show. So last week we had a very interesting guest on the show. It's kind of that boxing season. I'm a boxing fan. We had the opportunity to bring Barack Best on the show, Sirius XM co-host of the Hype Man, to be on the show on Top Boxing. And then here we go again, me selfishly being a fan of the sport, always looking for ways to not only contribute to the success of the sport, but to use the podcast and this platform selfishly to get some insight into what happens behind the scenes. I think I'm a little bit selfish with today's show.
Yeah, I believe so too, but it's worth it. We've got a legend, man, a DC legend, a boxing legend. The people are definitely in store for a real treat today, but let them know who we got.
But before I even do that, it's interesting because this is a totally different perspective to the sport that that I was just talking about. This past weekend, there was a major pay-per-view event that I had the opportunity to watch. We spoke about that on the previous podcast, but this upcoming for today's show, we're talking about the same sport but bringing a different viewpoint. If you watch HBO, you may be familiar with Micheal Buffer, and you're used to his call and how he brings out and how he starts the fight. But then also, those are familiar with Showtime. But it's very rarely that you get an opportunity to talk to one of our own, someone that is the first in a lot of ways. That's been doing something similar to what Micheal Buffer and Jim Gray and those guys do on their respective platforms. But after 25 years, we have an opportunity to talk to the first prominent black ring announcer in the history of pro boxing. And just to run down his accolades and some of the venues where he's announced that, it don't get no better than Madison Square, BG. I think that's the cream of the crop. Yeah, that's the Mecca. When you got an opportunity to announce at Madison Square Garden, a lot of ways you can look back and you can kind of reflect and say, man, I made it. But our guest today has announced at venues such as Madison Square. He's been down in my home area, Biloxi. He's announced that Radio City Music Hall on an HBO undercard featuring one of my favorites, Roy Jones Jr. He's announced in numerous venues here in the DC area. He's been on ESPN1, ESPN2. BG, you ever had a mayoral proclamation? Had the city of Selma ever gave you any type of proclamation, BG?
Well, it was this one time. It was a collective effort. The
I
the
have
mayor
not.
the mayor gave us proclamation for making it to the state championship in basketball. So as an individual, no.
Okay, well, I have not, but our honoree today, he has. As a matter of fact, he's had three of those. Lifetime Achievement Award at Black History Month Fight Night in Atlanta, Georgia. Only ring announcer inducted into the DC Boxing Hall of Fame. I mean, the accolades go on and on and on and on and on. But rather than you all hear from me, I prefer you all hear from the man himself, Mr. Henry, the announcer Jones. Welcome to the Free Lunch Podcast, sir.
We're ready to do it, so let's step to it. This is Fight Night, and it's tight with BG and tight.
BG,
I love it.
On the Free Lunch Podcast.
We got to use that, BG.
How you doing, fellas? How you doing this evening?
Doing great. We got Henry Discombobulating Jones on the show. Man, what an honor.
Now,
It's definitely an honor to have you.
You got to say it like, I appreciate that, and you got to say it like my mentor used to say it. Never in my presidential ring experience have I ever seen a fighter so utterly discombobulated. The one and only, of course, late great Howard Cosell. And that's where I got the term from to call myself that, because a whole lot of things that happened in my life, man, that could have taken me out. And, thanks to the master, I'm still here. So, I had that epiphany moment that we can talk about a little bit later. And I started calling myself that because God has allowed me to do the knocking out in life. Positive way, of course.
Can you kind of take us back to 25 years ago? Kind of take us through some of your background. Where are you from? Have you always been a fan of boxing, and kind of bring us along your personal journey?
All right. Well, it goes back actually twice as long, 50 years ago, when I was coming up in the school plays. I was always, this gonna get you, always the understudy to the main character, who was always a Caucasian male. I would be standing behind the curtains on stage. God gave me this photographic memory. I couldn't forget anything. I knew word for word each page, what word a page, what word a page was on, and I would actually tell the main character when he forgot his lines. I would whisper it to him, not even looking at a script. So I think that I was traumatized from back in my adolescence to always try to get on stage and be a star per se. So I tried other things coming up. I'm from Rochester, New York, upstate, and I got to D.C. Back in '82, and I thought I was going to be the next Eddie Murphy. So I was on stage trying to tell jokes, and nobody was laughing. Matter of fact, they were booing. And somebody hit me with an egg on the stage one night, and that's when I realized that you laughing at the brother, so you laughing at my pain. You can see this thing, right? So, that just let me know I wasn't cut out to be a comedian, but I wasn't afraid to try, and that's what I always try to instill in the youth I speak with today. Don't be afraid to fail, because then you'll be afraid to succeed. You gotta fail to find out what you're good at. Nobody just succeeds automatically, starting off. Everybody has some, setbacks, so.
Looking at your bio, reading up on you, you graduated from Shaw University. You have a master's degree. How did you get into this field?
I tried to be a color commentator for boxing. That didn't work out. At the time, they were going with Ray Leonard and Boyd Foreman, so that didn't work out. I answered an ad in Sports Illustrated to go to Philadelphia for tryouts to be a color commentator for the CBA, the Red, White, and Blue Basketball League. You remember them?
Right.
That's what I had been looking at. That I was always into sports. Just three: basketball, football, and boxing. Those are my three areas of expertise. So I've been looking at them since a little, 10 years, 11 years old. So I went to Philadelphia. I finished third among 100 tryouts, candidates for the tryout. And so I said, well, I know I'm good at something. What is it? And I thought about boxing. I said, well, I've been looking at these guys for, 30-something years. I've been living through them really vicariously. I said, well, let me try to be a color commentator with DC Boxing Commission. I went there, and the deputy commissioner at the time, Mr. Gilbert Ware, he said, well, we don't have any contracts with TV for you to be a color commentator, but obviously you know boxing, you're articulate. He said, why don't you try to be the ring announcer? If you want to, speak, get on the mic. I said, no, I wasn't thinking about that. And then he said something that made the light bulb go off. He said, well, there have never been any prominent black ring announcers in the entire history of boxing. Somebody got to be the first. That light bulb went off in my mind, man. I said, wow, you're right. I've never seen a black ring announcer. I said, okay, let me try that. So I took the challenge. So it started back in the early 80s. Then I came down with cancer, I basically out of stress. So I took off a year and a half, went through chemotherapy, got back on the right track with the master. You understand? You got to read my book. I have a book out. The foreword was written by Micheal Buffer that you mentioned earlier. And so, I just started working fights, man, for free. I would drive up and down the East Coast from here up to Rochester, all the way down to Atlanta, Philadelphia, Jersey, wherever, just to get the experience and the exposure. And that's what I try to teach the youth also. Don't just try to do it for the dollar. The dollar will come, but you got to do it for passion and for a purpose. That's what's going to take you on, because the best job of all, something you would get up to do every day, even if you didn't get paid for it. And fortunately, I've been doing it now for 25 years and getting paid. So doors about to open. So long story shorter, that's led me to what I'm doing today. And let me also say this. Met Micheal Buffer up in Rochester. It was an ESPN fight with Oscar De La Hoya when he had first come out the Olympics. And the promoter up there called me back. He said, well, bad news, Jones. ESPN said, they're bringing in Buffer. He said, but why don't you come anyway? Maybe you never know. I said, okay. So I dressed for the part, and got there early, prepared myself as if I was going to announce the entire card. And I was hoping that, Buffer's plane got delayed or something, or he got laryngitis, you understand? God don't bless no mess. So, but that's what my thinking was at the time, so I want this job. So anyway, he came to ringside, and I stood up and greeted him. I said, how you doing this evening? He said, I'm fine. He said, how you doing? I said, well, I'll be much better had you not taken my job this evening. So he started laughing because the promoter had told him about me. So you must be Jones. He said, nothing personal, just business. I said, I know. I said, do you mind if I sit with you tonight just to observe? He said, no, you know the fighters. He said, you can tell me who's who and what's what. And I said, perfect. So at the end of the night, when TV had gone off, it was 2 bouts left. It's a shame you all dressed up with no place to go. Then he gave me the microphone and said, why don't you go? I said, really? He said, yeah, TV's off. He said, let me see what you got. He sat there for both bouts, and at the end of the second bout, he said, you know something? He said, you serious about this, aren't you? I said, yes, I am, sir. He said, I'm being led to help you, and I don't even know why. He said, I've never done this before, but serious about it as I think. He said, I'll try to help you. That's how I got on, Madison Square Garden and Atlantic City and all these other places. Now, what he didn't know is my brother, one of my brothers, had just gotten killed, had his brains blown out. Drug deal went down wrong. He came out of Attica prison and, went back to the illicit street, transaction. And, he got killed. So, actually, it was a very serious time in my life. I was out there, man, hooked up with this guy going to a club, thought I was smoking a joint, and I didn't hear him say boat. I thought he said boat, as in Colombo. He said boat, but I didn't understand what boat was. And boat is formaldehyde sprayed on a joint. They call it Love Boat, the Dipper, wet Sherman stick. And, of course, formaldehyde, in a dead person hardens everything. So this hardens your brain cells, and they don't come back. And it makes you trip. People have been known to fly off a building, jump off of buildings thinking they can fly, or, decapitating their own children because they heard demons coming out. All kind of crazy stuff. So what happened to me was we get to this club, up to the club after hitting this thing, I started feeling jittery, and it was in the summertime, and I had on a nice little blazer. I took off the coat, nothing unusual about that. Then I took off my shirt. Then I took off the undershirt. I'm about to strip because that's what they call it, buck naked, because you don't want to feel nothing on your skin. So people start laughing. They realize I'm on something. So the guy that gave it to me had his back turned to us, talking to this girl. So he looked past the crowd and realized it was me. So he said, "Oh man," he said, "Hey, put your clothes back on, man." He said, "I'm gonna go inside and get you some milk." I said, "Some milk?" I said, "Man, bring me a Hennessy or Coke or something. I think milk bring you down off this stuff." So he came back outside with the milk. I had my clothes back on, and so I drank the milk. And so he said, "You like that feeling though, don't you?" I looked at him, and don't you know, horns started growing out of his head like Tales from the Hood. You remember Tales from the Hood? That movie?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was tripping hard, man. No! I started screaming. I ran down the street towards my car. He said, "Where you going?" I said, "I just remember I got something to do." He said, "But I rode with you." I said, "You got to find a way back." So I just wanted to get home because I'm paranoid now. So I used to live maybe about 3 miles from where the club was. So I'm speeding now, rush hour traffic, because this was happy hour. Supposedly happy hour. I wasn't too happy. I'm speeding around cars trying to get home, right? So I pull up, and this is what I wrote in the book. You got to read it maybe 2 times, 3 times to get it. But kids get it. I pulled up to a stop sign, waiting for the stop sign to turn green.
Yeah.
You got it.
Yeah.
You got it.
Bad day.
This day, for $1 million, I could have swore that was a stop light. It wasn't. I'm at a stop sign, man. That's a long. And I was there for about 2 minutes, which is a long time to be out your own mind. And unfortunately, people give me the finger, blowing their horn, going around me. I said, "Nah, I got 2 tickets. I can't afford to run this late. I got to wait on this thing." This cop came down the street. It was on Georgia Avenue. It was coming from Howard University. I'm all the way up at New Hampshire Avenue, which is like about 8 blocks away. And he sees something wrong. So he speeds down the middle of the street with a siren on, his lights and everything. Came right up to me. He said, "What you doing? You holding up traffic." And then he looked at my eye. He said, oh, you on something, huh? Pull over. And man, God sent an angel of mercy. And that's how I wrote it all up in the book. As soon as I pulled over, he got an emergency call that he had to leave. He was pointing at me as he was driving. He was riding away, pointing at me like, "Boy, I want you bad. I'm gonna see you again." Well, he didn't never see me again because I never did that again.
Wow.
I had to make a decision. Fortunately, I chose the right path, and I think because of that positive spiritual energy that what I was emitting, Buffer picked up on that. And of course, God certainly, intervened in that. And
so in that moment when you find out that Buffer's going to be taking your spot, and you concede and say, "Okay, well, can I sit with you for a moment?" Were you doing anything along the way while you're sitting there that was also signaling to him that you were very serious about that job and about being that announcer?
Yes, that's a good question. I was taking notes. I was observing him and what he was doing. How he would go around and just talk to different, people that was related to the promoter who wanted him to say certain things, and even fighters that he didn't know how to pronounce their names before they got in the ring. He would ask them, "How do you pronounce your name?" Just those little nuances that certainly make or break it, And so, it was just those details that I paid attention to, and he observed me paying attention to him.
But Henry, talk about the preparation to be an announcer. Is this something? So you mentioned how Micheal Buffer was going around and he was kind of talking to the promoters. Is that something that's typically done the day of a fight, or does the announcer typically leading up to the fight, maybe at the weigh-in, get these type of nuances?
You've been around boxing a long time to know that.
Right.
That's exactly right. I used to do it on the day of the fight, which is the wrong time to do it. It's at the weigh-in that you get all your information because they're in a better frame of mind. Because on fight night, of course, they got, their fight mentality. They don't want to talk to anybody. and that's intrusive. It really is. So I started going to the weigh-ins, and that's when I got all my information, the color trunks, how they wanted me to pronounce their name, if they wanted a special announcement, maybe somebody died in their family, they wanted to, dedicate the fight in that memory, or they had a sponsor, anything like that, that would motivate them. And Buffer told me something that night, because the last two bouts of the night, then I don't want to be disparaging in saying this, but they were kind of like what you call the club fights, the some of the night fights, okay, walkout bouts. And so he said, don't worry about the records. He said, because every time they get in that squared circle, they putting their lives on the line. So don't announce it, for the favorite, that he is the favorite. He said, announce them both equally and motivate both of them to perform their best. I don't care if they're 0-12 or 12-0. They both deserve that. And so that's what I took to heart. Every time I step in that ring, I try to motivate them the best I can. And over the years, I've been responsible for a couple of upsets from what promoters have told me. Like, we didn't really want you to hype them up that much. You beat our hometown guy. I said, I ain't beat anybody. That fighter beat him. But, and I'm never going to not do that, because this is not a game, man. You play basketball, football, baseball. You don't play boxing. So
yeah, you sure don't play boxing.
So I try to give my best so they can give their best. So that's why I go to these weigh-ins, even out of town. I take off my job and, I go there to get there in time so I can be at that weigh-in. And it's made all the difference in the world.
Can you take us back to your first, when you did your very first call and your first announcement for a fight? What was that experience? What was that experience like?
Oh, you're re-traumatizing me, man. I can remember it like it was yesterday. Okay, so we had this fight card in D.C. at the old convention center. Motors were Madness Connection. They were, the best that's ever done it with their street team. They always had a standing room only audience. And the winning formula was that they had locals fighting each other, because their philosophy was you can't be the best anywhere else if you're not the best at home. So they would pay these guys. Nobody wants to fight another guy from their own hometown, because if you lose, it's the stigma's there. You lost, and everybody wants the bragging rights. So a lot of guys would duck each other and never fight, like Keith Holmes and William Joppy, prime example, and they should have done what Simon Brown and Maurice Blocker did and fight each other, for a good payday. But so I was at the old convention center. It was my first bout. I was so nervous, and I took Spanish in high school for 3 straight years and got straight A's. But that was just interpreting words, not really speaking it. Mm-hmm. I got up there and I said, ladies and gentlemen, introducing Jesus Maldonado.
No, you did not. No, you did not.
As soon as I said it, man, I said, oh, my God. And the guy, the Hispanic fighter, ran out the corner. The bell hadn't even rung, but, after I introduced him, he ran out the corner to me. He said, no, Jesus. And then he walked back to his corner and gave me one last look and said, Negro. I knew what that meant.
Man.
That was the very first time I announced, man. And people booed me, of course, like, oh, my God, you ain't even got to know Spanish to know you don't say Jesus to announce a fighter. But I did.
You say the people booed you?
Yeah, they booed me. I would have booed me, too.
Oh, man, hilarious.
That was wrong, man. That was just wrong.
But that wasn't enough to make you quit, though, even though that was kind of similar to what had happened when you took on being a comedian.
Yes, that's exactly right. Growing pains.
Growing pains.
Never made that mistake again. That's all. Everybody makes mistakes. I've seen Buffer and Jimmy Lennon make mistakes. Matter of fact, where were we? We were at the Radio City Music Hall, matter of fact, when Buffer allowed me to announce the first bout, which allowed me to make history being the first ring announcer announced out of Radio City. And the entertainer, last name was, his first name was Wyclef. What's his last name?
John.
That's right. And he said Gene. Buffer said Gene. And they booed him. And I'm looking at him like, really? You didn't know that? But see, you can't assume things either. You would think he would have known that. Didn't. And he said Gene. And I said, oh, my God. And it went back to Jesus Maldonado. I said, okay, I feel a little bit better now.
And talking more about Buffer, because I'm still in awe of the fact that, he was on first visit, was willing to drop jewels on you, willing to share some different tidbits that would help you be a better ring announcer.
It's a prime position, for television. So nobody wants to share that. And truth be known, Buffer's not sharing that with me anymore, and I understand that because he's gotten me to this point. So I appreciate that, and I don't ask him for anything, But these other guys, now if it's Buffer or Lennon, I understand. Like you said earlier, they're the creme de la creme, cream of the crop, the alpha males in this position. But no one else should have to come to D.C., take my job if they're not available, and that's what's been happening for 25 straight years. Always been a Caucasian. Always. So for the first few years, I said, okay, I'm paying dues. First few years it was Ed Darian. May he rest in peace. Do you remember Ed Darian from Philadelphia? The white hair guy, always repeated himself twice. So his good friend that was head of the coordination for the ESPN Friday Night Fight was Russell Peltz out of Philly. So he would always bump me and bring in Russell and bring in Ed Darian. So finally, I had enough of it. And because one night over in Baltimore, a promoter wanted to use me, and he called me up. He said, hey, man, Russell Peltz bringing in Ed Darian. I said, why? He said, I don't know. He said, you have some kind of condition or something. I said, condition? He said, I don't know. He said, why don't you come over, for future reference, straighten it out. So I got over there and stepped to Russell Peltz. I said, hey, man, what's this condition you said I had that I can't announce this fight tonight? Oh, the promoter told you, huh? Yeah, I told him you were too loquacious.
Too what?
Yeah, exactly. I said, what? I said the same thing he said. I said, what? And I know what the word means. Speaks too well, really. Speaks too much, maybe, but some of Buffer's and Leonard's introductions are longer than the fight. So if that was really the reason, he could have said, Jones, don't be too loquacious. I could change that. And I told him that. I said, I don't think that's really what it was, Russell. I said, I don't think I can change my color, though. Oh, you got to go there with the race card? I said, well, I think I do. I said, because you've been doing this forever, and not giving me a chance. So let me see what your boss think about it. So I sent a letter up to ESPN headquarters in Bristol, Connecticut. And the guy at the time that was the president up there, he personally called me because I had alleged, that I'm going to pursue this legally. This is not right. This is discrimination. And he knew it was, too. So he called me personally. He said, Jones, he said, I've seen you. He said, I like your work. I think you're very exciting. Really, we need that diversity, see? So that never happened again. And sure enough, while he was president, it never happened again. I got on ESPN a few times. As soon as he was gone, came back to haunt me again. They started kicking me to the curb. And then you have these other ring announcers that ESPN used to allow to get on who were friends of a family member or friends of the promoter. Never held a mic a day in their life, for a boxing event on TV. But they get up on TV and mispronounce a name, blowing the decision, stuttering, stammering. I'm like, wow, isn't that something? So I'm too loquacious, but these guys are not competent. That's who you want because they look like you, don't look like me. So now the ultimate insult, last February in D.C., our local fighter, Lamont Peterson, when you're welterweight champion, was fighting on ESPN at the D.C. Armory.
Yeah, that was recently. That was recently, right?
That was last February.
Yeah, I remember that fight.
And so his promoter, Headbangers, wanted me to announce it. The national promoter, which is Gary Shaw, they wanted me to announce it. But the ESPN guy told both of them, no, we're going to bring in our own ring announcer. He can do the undercard for our ring announcer. Well, ESPN doesn't have or didn't have their own ring announcer. So I knew from the start that was wrong. But I said, okay, I'm going to go along with this, just see how it play out. Plus, I'm making money, so I'm not going to cut off my nose, spite my face, right? So the guy that they brought in, ironically, was a guy who used to be a boxing beat writer and had interviewed me like 3 years before this about my challenges in this position. I said, wow, this is the guy they bringing in, and he know good and well what I've been through. It's like a Judas Iscariot moment, this, traitor type, right? So
Right.
I had sent a Facebook request to him, you need to call me so, we can just talk about this. He didn't respond. So he gets to the fight, and I get this scenario. It's packed in there. Standing room only. I had just finished doing the undercard. He comes up to ringside, and he asks one of the deputy commissioners. He said, "You have the score, the weights for the fight, the main event, and the co-feature?" And the deputy commissioner said, "Yeah, go see Jones." I lip read the guy. He said, "Damn." He thought he was gonna be able to duck me, right? So I'm sitting there at ringside. He comes up to me, and he's standing over me, looking down on me. And the first thing he says, "You got the weights for the fight?" Barking at me. I said, "Yes, I do, Mark. But how you doing this evening? How was your flight? Your room all right?" I disarmed him. He didn't expect, the words of kindness like that. And started stuttering. Yeah, everything's all right. I said, "So what's the reason you didn't respond to my Facebook request?" "Oh, I didn't think I had to." I said, "Mark, you didn't have to, but that would have been the professional thing to do, the courteous thing to do. You come in here, my hometown, where I've been the only ring announcer for 20-plus years. You didn't think anything was wrong with that?" "No, I didn't think anything was wrong with that. I get kicked to the curb all the time down in Florida. Matter of fact, and nobody comes to see the ring announcer." I said, "Well, Mark, maybe nobody comes to see you. But I've established a rapport with these fans over the 20 years. They buy tickets from me rather than going through Ticketmaster. So it's a win-win situation. And matter of fact, what you don't know, and I told you, you probably forgot, I said I'm a master's degree social worker, and I've helped a lot of families, especially the youth. So they support me because I support them. So maybe they don't come to see you, brother." And he looking at him, looking at me, looking at the way he's looking at. I said, "Man, I wouldn't do that to you." He thought I was, giving him some false information. I said, "I wouldn't do that to you. I'm more of a professional than that. So you go ahead and have a great fight, man." And, that's how I left it with him. So I pursued it with the fight night coordinator, the president of ESPN Friday Fights, as to why this had happened. So he wouldn't return my phone calls, wouldn't, return the emails. Finally, my last email, I alleged that I'm going to pursue this legally. I've had enough of it. Well, he called me personally then. See, when you allege, legal pursuits, yeah, they gonna talk to you then. So he called me and said, well, be perfectly honest, we don't like your style. I said, "My style? Okay, let's go from generic to specific, Mr. Sanduli. What about my style don't you like?" "Well, we've seen you on our air before, and, you make every fight seem like a championship, and you're more suited for HBO and Showtime, and we prefer our ring announcers, to be more cut and dry." I said, "Wow." I said, "That's some kind of backhanded compliment." "Well, you can take it like you want to." I said, "Take it like I want to, huh? Okay." I said, "Well, you know how I'm going to take it is that you denied me the process, right to work. That you didn't exercise due diligence, and besides, I don't think your parent company, Disney, would think too kindly of how you had to fly somebody in, put them up, pay them, and they ain't sell one ticket to this fight, unlike what I could have done. It wasn't even cost effective to do that just because you didn't want me to announce it. Besides, what you don't know is," and I said, and this is something I'm going to pursue, I said, "You took a legacy away from me because the White House office on HBCUs, Historically Black Colleges and Universities, was going to give me a proclamation in the ring signed by President Obama. You took that away from my family legacy. So I don't ever expect, Mr. Sanduli, you to deny me another opportunity to announce on the air. Or I'll just have to take it, to its legal recourse." Silence. He had nothing to say, and then he came back he cleared his throat. One of them moves like, oh boy. "Well, if another promoter, asks for you," I said, "Stop right there." I said, "They've been asking, you've been denying, so it's when another promoter asks for me." Oh, okay, yeah. When another promoter asks for you, we can certainly revisit this. I said, well, we're going to do more than revisit. I said, we're going to implement, aren't we? Yeah, okay, nice talking to you. And hung up on me. Then, of course, Friday Night Fights was out of the business right after that. And I said, isn't this something? This is how this ends. That's how it ended with them. But thank God new chapters are forming, man, because, I spoke to Floyd Mayweather about this at ringside at the Broner fight at the D.C. Army on April 1st.
We had a chance to speak at the at this most recent fight, the one that was on Showtime, but I didn't see. You got in there and you were able to. You did do the 10 count, but you didn't do any. Yeah, but you didn't announce any. You didn't announce any of the fights, and so. Before we get to that piece, tell us the Floyd story, and then we can kind of talk about. We can fast forward to you not calling any. You did the 10 count, but you didn't announce any fight.
So at the April 1st fight, I stepped to Floyd. I said, man, you've been talking about racism in boxing. I said, I got a little story for you. He said, I don't have time. I said, yeah, you do have time because this is about you too. So he stopped, and I guess he's not used to people talking to him like that, but. Man, come on now. I'm a man too, and I've achieved something unprecedented in my position, just like he's achieved in his. And I told him that, so that got his attention. That he realized, per se, a boss was talking to a boss. Okay, so you gotta give me my respect too. So, and I told him, I said, for 25 years they've been kicking me to the curb, bringing in, Caucasian ring announcers. I said, if it's not Buffer or Lennon, it shouldn't be anybody else except me here in D.C. And then he started sidestepping, walking away. Well, I can't do nothing about that. I said, why not? I guess I had a little more bass in my voice, that he's he stopped and walked up to me, and we face to face like we about to go blow to blow.
And this was that Friday on Spike TV, Broner versus versus his guy.
That's exactly right. Yeah, the Ashley Field thing. So he said, because I'm not the promoter. I'm just the president. I said, just the president? I said, man, stop playing. And then, more silence. And I'm looking him up and down. He looking me up and down. Then I hit him with this because, of course, his, ring name is Money Mayweather. I said, besides, I'm a prolific ticket seller, man. He said, oh, you got the next one. Just like that, right? And so the boxing commission members was around us when we had this dialogue, so they heard it. They said, wow, Jones. He said, you can announce the next one. I said, yeah, well, seeing is believing, because I've heard this before from many and didn't get the job. So I tried to follow up, but it's 20 people between me and Floyd, right? And so, make a long story shorter, they brought in Lennon, and I thought at least I would be able to do the undercard, because I've done it, for Lennon just as many times I've done it for Buffer. We got a good rapport. But they kicked me to the curb, brought in an unknown Caucasian ring announcer to do the undercard for Lennon. Wow.
Yeah, I saw that. That's why I wanted. That's what I was referring to. What was that about? Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I brought it to Floyd's attention. Hey man, remember you said I could announce this? He went up to his guy, Leonard Ellerby, who's his CEO, right, of TMT, grabbed him. I showed him, and he walked him over to me right after I did that 10 count. He said, this is what I told you I want to announce it, man. He had to look at me with a newfound respect, like, oh, the boss is giving me an ultimatum here. So, we're going to see.
Are you announcing the upcoming? Are you announcing in the upcoming fight in May? The one that BET is going to be. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, we going from the frying pan to the fire now. Okay, so Jay-Z is the promoter for this fight card coming up.
Yep, Rock Nation. Mm-hmm. Is he going to be in town?
He's going to be here.
Okay.
Too, from what I understand. All right, they kicking me to the curb. Not Jay-Z, but his CEO guy kicking me to the curb and bringing in Dave Diamante to announce it. And I'm doing the undercard for Dave Diamante on BET in D.C. What's wrong with that picture?
Are these guys familiar with DC history as far as boxing is related?
I
No,
don't think so.
not
I
at
don't think
all.
so.
No, they not at all.
But I
They
don't
not.
think they care. But I don't think they care either. But when I go to different cities to announce, do my homework, find out who's who, what's what has been, you know, who's on top, who needs to be announced. I pick out people from the audience and ad lib, and promoters love that because nobody likes downtime. You got to keep it entertaining, So, I'm very creative with mine. So I research whatever city I'm going to find out what needs to be said. They don't do that when they come to D.C. Our mayor was sitting right at ringside, and they ain't even introduce her. She got up and left.
Mm-hmm.
I brought that to the Boxing Commission's attention when we had our next meeting. I said, this is what you get when you have out-of-town ring announcers that don't know what to say. I had Dominic Wade there. He was the main event the next week against Triple G. He needed to be introduced. We had Dusty Harrison there, who is the main event this week on BET. We had other celebrities there that needed to be mentioned. None of them were mentioned. No, they don't care, man. They just want to put on their show and leave.
That's true, BG. But you see that, BG. BG, you see that. You see that, BG. Though, just in general, whether it's announcing or anything, you have these individuals that come to these cities. They don't do their homework, and then they don't show love and respect to the history and the individuals that have been in place in a lot of ways that have been in place, and they have basically helped to build their fandom when it comes to boxing. And so, BG, you see that, and that's even more pertinent in Henry's case. Go ahead, BG.
I was just gonna say, ain't this America? Politics as usual.
Politics.
Speaking of that, I'm gonna go back and research. I found a quote from '93, NDC. I think this was maybe like the first HBO card. Riddick Bowe,
Roy Jones,
and
Jesse Ferguson, Roy Jones, and Bernard Hopkins.
And you were asked the question. You were asked the question by Micheal Buffer again. Do you remember that question that he asked you?
Indelibly etched in my mind. He said, Jones, I've been helping you for years and certainly don't mind because you got the talent. He said, but why don't your brothers, Don King and Rock Newman, help you? Right there in that moment, type BG, that let me know it's not about color. It's about character.
Right.
They could have snapped their fingers and made it happen, but chose not to. It wasn't that they couldn't do it. They chose not to. And here it is, a Caucasian at the top helping me when they should have been. Well, I say should have been because that's how I was raised. I would have. If it was a deserving, person, in my field that I knew deserved it and that he could help me and I could help him, that's how I was raised to do, man. I don't know anything else. But for somebody to not help me and then jump through hoops to keep me from advancing, that's what I have a problem with. Don King told me, I'm never going to use you. At least he was honest. I said, well, Don, I said, man, my alma mater, Shaw University, gave you an honorary doctorate degree, man. I mean, gave Holyfield an honorary doctorate degree. I said, we got a connection, don't we? Yeah, well, you'll get yours one day, but it won't be through me. I said, why not? He said, because I promised Jimmy Lennon Jr.'s father, he's the only one I'm ever going to use. And he's kicked Buffer to the curb for Jimmy Lennon over the years I've seen. And then when it's a co-promotion, it's been Buffer and Lennon in the ring. And you've seen that a couple of times.
Oh, we saw it recently with Pacquiao and Mayweather.
And Mayweather, that's right. That's right. See, that's how you asked that question a long time ago. How dark this is? That's how dark this is.
Do you think you made strides? Do you think you made strides though in this area, or do you feel? I mean, it doesn't sound like it based off of the story you just told us with the Peterson fight, which was basically a year and a half ago. Yeah. So,
but I have to look at the glass as half full rather than half empty because I've been here for 25 years now, and I spoke to the director of the International Boxing Hall of Fame up in Canastota, Ed Brophy. He said he's going to give me serious consideration for induction one day. So, I mean, it's going to come back to haunt a lot of people, why you didn't help this brother? They're going to have to answer questions, man, not me.
Have you looked to do some more or do some more well-known fights? Has anyone reached out to you at all outside of the DC area for any of these pay-per-view fights or anything like that?
That's coming down the pike. I don't know if you know this local matchmaker. He's pretty renowned nationally now, named Chris Mittendorf. And he's partnered with a guy in New Jersey named Vito Melnicki of GH3 Promotions. And Chris called me about 2 weeks ago, and he said they have a ShowBox card in July that he's going to bring me on board to announce. So the doors are going to open. I just got to stay patient and prayerful, and just let go and let God, like I've been doing, man. People say, well, you sound like you're complaining. No, I'm explaining. That's what I'm doing, and that's what we need to do so we can vent and let it out and not keep it in. That's how I caught cancer 27 years ago, and I'm not going back that route again by holding things in that I should have let out. I'm explaining, I'm not complaining. But by the same token, I'm being my own advocate as well, because I have to be. If I don't advocate for me, who will?
Do you have Do you have an agent, or do you do everything?
Do you know one?
I do not, but do. You don't. So you do everything yourself.
I do, because I tried back in the day to get an agent. Everybody, wanted, retainers, and I'm like, nah. Let's do a contingency. If you get me some work, I have no problem paying you. I'm not just going to pay you to make phone calls and send out, correspondence, and I'll get nothing but a bill from you. That's what happened, years ago when I tried to go that route. That don't make sense to me. Let me eliminate this middleman and do it myself. So what I've done is to market myself to promoters by letting them know I'm a prolific ticket seller, especially in this area. But I also generate tickets in other cities as well, because I use my contacts there, family, friends, my social network, social organizations, through the social work field, and contact organizations to bring me in. And instead of them paying me for a speaking engagement, I get them to buy tickets to the fight. So it's a win-win situation for everybody. When we had the fight card here with Amir Khan and Lamont Peterson,
right?
I personally sold, it's going to get you $33,000 worth of tickets for Golden Boy at only 20%. So you tell me who made out, really. And I only did the undercard offer. And I only did it, and it wasn't hard to sell, because everybody wanted a ticket that I knew, and they didn't want to go to Ticketmaster to pay that fee. And I said, okay, let's eliminate that middleman. It pays for promoters, really, to bring me on board, because I'm paying them to allow me to announce. Now, what other ring announcer is doing that?
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Wow.
So that's how I marketed myself. So as many promoters that find out about it, certainly I would hope that they would bring me on board, because it just makes dollars and it makes good sense.
What's your outlook on the sport of boxing as we sit in 2016? It seems to be getting more exposure, I would say, probably in the last 5 to 10 years. So what are your projections on the sport? Do you think it's going to be able to maintain, or is this just good for the moment?
Not only maintain, man, we thrive. And God, what philosopher said it, I've been Mark Twain. Sports of the mice are greatly exaggerated. They thought boxing was dead. It was just dormant. Every few years, somebody comes along to capture, the public's imagination. And it's always been like that. And right now, it's enjoying a worldwide resurgence. That's why Charles Martin, the heavyweight, went over to England to fight. That's why Deontay Wilder going over to Russia to fight. It's big business. Their promoters couldn't or wouldn't win the purse bids, so those fighters got to travel. Now, I knew Martin was going to lose. I wasn't impressed with him when I first saw him. But Wilder's a different beast. I like him a lot. He's got skills. He's got that height and that range. And he loves to punch and punish. So I could see Wilder and this guy Anthony Joshua hooking up, or Tyson Fury if he beats Klitschko again. Those, as the heavyweights go, so goes boxing, they used to say. But that's not necessarily true now. because we have a lot of dominant lighter weight fighters, and of course Floyd Mayweather, just as a business, and nobody has matched his blueprint for success in the ring and financially. Of course, you got Triple G out there. Andre Ward and Sergey Kovalev is going to be huge. Well,
Triple G and Canelo, you think that's going to happen?
Well, people were saying the same thing about Pacquiao and Mayweather, weren't they? Money talks. So, yeah, don't doubt it. Don't doubt it.
Yeah, this is true. This is true.
Don't doubt it. Yeah. So, yeah. And it needs to happen. It needs to happen. And Canelo will enjoy more riches than he will ever make against anyone else. And, so will Triple G. So, yeah, it'll be good for the game, good for boxing, good for both of those guys, too. Somebody going to come with the money, man.
So what do you think about, so will you will be calling this upcoming weekend, you will be calling a few of the undercards?
Yes, I will. And it's a good card, top to bottom. Starting off with Jay-Z's heavyweight. From what I understand, he's supposed to be the next coming type. 6'4", 250, national champion. And he's fighting one of our local guys. And so that's going to draw the crowd out. Also got another local guy named Thomas Snow.
I was going to ask you about Snow. How is Snow doing? He was one of the first guys I seen, and I've read that he had signed with Mayweather. I'm not sure how true that was, but how was Thomas Snow doing?
Oh, I don't know who he's signing with now, but I do remember he had signed with Don King and lost, and Don dropped him like a hot potato. But he's been enjoying a winning streak since that loss, and he's rededicated himself to the sport. He's in with a puncher Friday night, a Mexican guy, that has more knockouts than Snow has victories. So that's going to be interesting. And we got a cruiserweight from the area, calls himself the Vanilla Gorilla, Caucasian young man. He was in the Super Bowl commercial with Mike Tyson and Sam Cross. So he's going to bring his crowd out. And, of course, Dusty Harrison from Southeast D.C., the main event. He always brings a good crowd out. And he's in tough that night against Mike Dallas. Dallas has lost to better people than Dusty has beaten. That's going to be an interesting bout as well. Yeah, we're going to have a good crowd. Very good crowd. Unlike 2 weeks ago with the Mayweather fight card, they didn't have one local person on the card of note. They had two African guys from Silver Spring, but they were in the B corner. They had lost the previous bouts on April 1st. They were brought in as opponents. They didn't have any ticket sellers locally, and that's what the crowd reflected. Because as you saw, it was a ghost town in there. They let everybody from the cheap seats come down on the main floor for TV to make it look good. And, of course, the people on the floor who had paid $200 for, the ringside seat, they were upset, which they should have been. So I don't understand what Mayweather's brain trust was thinking on that one, but it wasn't a good look. Hopefully next time they'll reconsider. Put local fighters on the card that would bring people out.
We talked about the trail that's being blazed in the profession of ring announcing, but the story is actually bigger than that for Henry. You're also an author. You've written a book. It's more than a notion. Talk to the people a little bit about what drove you to get into writing a book and telling that story and the work that you're doing with the youth.
Yeah, my mom was passing of breast cancer, man, and she has so many wonderful stories, of us growing up, and I remember them. I remember those moments. I said, man, wow, this memory is for real, because the first thing I can remember in life was being high above this room, brightly lit, looking down at all these people in a circle, holding hands with this small child in the middle, underneath some plastic. I got to be about 12, 13 years old. It came back to my remembrance. I asked my mother about it, and she said, I can't believe you said that in detail like that. I said, why? She said, that little boy was you with double pneumonia up in Rochester, and she went to the corner church and got them people off their knees and said, you need to come to this hospital and pray for my son with me. And I can remember that to this day. So I think that's why my memory was like that. I couldn't forget anything. So I wanted to capture as many things as I could remember about our family and about things in life that would be important to other people to motivate them as well from my struggles. And so I wanted to get the book out before my mom made the transition. But, you know, she died maybe about 6 months before I finished it. But it's a wonderful story that we're trying to turn into a script for a screenplay somewhere, because it's something everybody can relate to, going through challenges, you know, highs and lows, you know, just overcoming adversity, adversary. And I wrote it in a humorous way, because certainly the same things make you laugh or make you cry, right? And it's transparent. You know, I go into the schools and read, excerpts out of it to the youth, and they love it. Now I have their undivided attention, and I can disseminate the positive messages to them.
What's next, Henry? What do you foresee, or where would you like to be in the next 5 years when it comes to? And you never told us the Howard Cosell story. We got to get the Howard Cosell story, but what's next as far as what you would like to do with your career?
Well, first with the Howard Cosell story, I was always into words coming up. I had a expansive vocabulary from early childhood because I used to read all these comic books, man. I couldn't go to the bathroom or eat at the dinner table without reading a comic book, the superhero ones. If I would have kept those comic books, y'all, I would be a multi-millionaire to this day because I had all of them that they making the movies out of now. I had the first editions, with the covers, man. I mean, I had boxes and boxes and boxes and boxes. And when we moved, my mother said, we can't take all that with us to the new place. And I had to put it at the curb. I was crying. I didn't know the worth of them, but those stories meant something to me because they were soap operas. You had to buy the next issue for a nickel to see what happens next. So I had a little paper route and shining shoes and greeting cards and all that. So I would always buy these comic books every week, for a nickel. And I would buy like 20 of them, for $1, to find out about Batman, Superman, Thor, Daredevil, the thing, man, don't get me started. So anyway, I was into words. And so when I heard Cosell, he brought words to life for me. So I went through the entire dictionary, read everything. Sister bought me a thesaurus, alternative word dictionary. Cosell said that word, discombobulating. I ran to the dictionary, it wasn't there, went to the thesaurus. I said, wow, powerful word, to knock out, to render senseless, completely upset the composure of. I said, oh my God. When I became a ring announcer, that's why I started calling myself that. I could be the one doing the positive knocking out in life. So at this point now, projecting 5 years, I want to do much more positive knocking out for many people, especially the youth that I work with, because I work with teen parents, which is a tough population. And for the most part, didn't mean to become teen parents. They just take the responsibility not to get pregnant, male and female. And so I want to empower them, especially the young fathers, because as I've seen it and working with them now for the 33 years I've been in this business, most of them have never seen a father, man. They don't know. There's absence of fathers in the homes. And, obviously that leads to a whole lot of societal problems. And statistics show that when there's a positive father in the home, chances are those children are going to be more well adjusted than when the father is not in the home. Nothing against mothers, because my mother raised me with a alcoholic stepfather. In spite of him, I turned out okay. Mm-hmm. But I try to be that father that I never had. The next, I would say, 3 to 5 years, I'm going to make that transition from D.C. government to my own 501c3 company business so I can empower the youth and those young fathers in particular. So well entrenched with the National Fatherhood Movement, and we're doing some great things in D.C. with these young fathers, man, and the returning fathers to empower them because society benefits as a whole.
Do they know that you are? Do they know your other job, your other passion? Are they familiar with that story?
And support it. Because I tie the two together, fighting the good fight. So they love how I do that when I go out and do my speaking engagement. Especially with the youth, man. You got to get their undivided attention in the first few seconds. because their attention span is, so diverted with other things, being on the Facebook or talking on the phone or, ADHD or, whatever. They think they've heard it and seen it all. So you got to come fresh with a new perspective. So I go out there with my little audiovisual presentation. Remember I told you I tried to be a comedian? Well, somebody captured me on film one night trying to audition for Showtime at the Apollo. We had a segment in D.C. I didn't even get through the first joke, man. They broomed me off the stage, the Sandman and all that, And so I show them that, and they laughing now. I got your attention. And then the next scene is me making my debut with Mark T. Sharp Johnson at the D.C. Armory 15 years later after I failed. That's powerful. And then they're going to watch the, first round because Mark stopped his guy 1 minute, 13 seconds of the first round. So it's a quick presentation, visually powerful, that allows me to speak to them for an hour afterwards. At the same time, I hope Floyd Mayweather keeps his word to me to bring me on board, because that's it right there, man. He brings me on board. That opens the door. That's what I need. And I think he will. I really think he will. Because, as I said, we squared off, man. We squared off. And I wasn't missing words. I'm like, nah, man, you could do this. Anything I told Don, I keep you right on it. Why not?
I think it's gonna happen, and I got your number. So when I do see you making that major announcement, I'm definitely gonna text you and reach out.
You getting the exclusive. You're the first one. You're the one that brought me on to talk about this. I haven't spoken to anybody else on their networks about it. So yeah, you first.
Henry, let the people know you got any social media contact, any way that people can connect to you and follow what you have going on.
Man, I need you guys to help me with that. I'm a dinosaur. I don't know how to tweet, Instagram, Snapchat. I don't know how to do none of that, man. I got an email, KOKid2, the number 2, at Verizon.net. That's what I do. And I do the Facebook. You can do Discombobulating Jones on Facebook. So I do those two things. But I won't spend a lot of time. I know I probably need to do more, but man, that Twitter and tweeting all that is time consuming.
It is. It really is. But
so obsessed, they doing it, driving down the street, walking into traffic. No, I'm not doing that.
Yeah. But the book is available. People can go get that book. What's the name?
It's More Than a Notion. And you can go on authorhouse.com, or you can go to amazon.com, or if you want to save some money, again, you can reach out to me at KOKid, the number 2, at Verizon.net. We can eliminate the middleman.
Sounds good.
And there you have it. BG's, how can the people reach us?
We are the FreeLunch Podcast. Check for us, www.freelunchpodcast.com. We're also on Instagram, FreeLunch Podcast, Twitter, FreeLunch Pod C, and on YouTube, FreeLunch TV. We are a member of the New South Movement Podcast Network. Check for us. We're available on iTunes and SoundCloud. Just search New South Movement, and we'll be there bringing you all these hot podcasts. The Retroscope Podcast, the D1 Sports Talk Podcast, and the Girl Talk Podcast. Follow the movement. We on.
Before we go, Brother Henry, take us out with a nice announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to the fight, nobody else does it right. The BG and Tide on the FreeLunch Podcast. God bless.
Get out of here.
Peace.